are doing a panel today titled "We Need Wheelchairs in D&D: Disability Representation." So that's a bit of what we're going to talk about today. We're going to do introductions really quickly. My name is Shona Spain, and I am the Game to Grow volunteer coordinator. I'm going to hand it off to Alicia to introduce herself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alicia Marie, and I'm a costume maker, cosplayer, and RPG performer.
Excellent. And Mackenzie's going to take it next.
Hey, I'm Mackenzie Diarmas, Mackenzie Lane DA on Twitter. I am currently an associate game designer for Dungeons & Dragons at Wizards of the Coast proper, but before that I was an indie D&D and TTRPG freelance designer. You may have seen me as the lead writer for the Islands of Sina Una, as well as one of the designers for MCDM's Kingdoms and Warfare and a contributor to Arcadia. And I'm really happy to be here.
Excellent. Jen, will you take it next?
Sure. Hello, my name is Jen Kretschmer. You can find me on Twitter as @DreamWisp. You can find me on Twitch as DreamWispJen. I'm a writer, producer, streamer, actor, do a bunch of things. I'm one of the authors on Candlekeep Mysteries. I am a disability consultant on a number of different projects, including Haunted West, which just is in the process of coming out right now. I also have consulted on board games for Skybound, Tabletop. I have been creating disability content for more than 6 years for tabletop games. And I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and a number of other goodies. So I have wonky joints and I'm an ambulatory wheelchair user, which means sometimes I use a wheelchair, sometimes I use a cane, sometimes I use no devices at all. I call myself the embodiment of the riddle of the Sphinx. And I'm the creator of the Accessibility and Gaming Resource Guide and the Disabled Professionals in Tabletop Directory, which currently has around 200 people over more than 40 different jobs.
Excellent. And Anna.
Hi, I am Anna Holden. I am the creator of D&D Disability, which I started in December of last year. And I make disability mechanics and supplements for Dungeons & Dragons.
All right. With that, let's jump right in. This might seem like an obvious question, but what is disability representation? Why is it important? You could take it in any order you'd like. Does anybody have an answer for that?
Sure, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I think disability representation is reflecting 26% of the population in a game that has historically represented a much smaller percentage of our population, despite the fact that there were tons and tons of other people out there. So I think representation is in front of, in front of the camera, so to speak, and behind. So it's on the page, it's in the imaginary worlds that we create collaboratively at tables, but it's also on the side of the designers, the editors, the artists, all of the creators, the performers, the streamers. So representation is not just in one place, it's across the board in the creation of tabletop content. Why it's important to me goes back to an interview with Whoopi Goldberg about why she took Star Trek: The Next Generation, which is, she said, I needed people to know that there were Black people in the future. And that to me is the same idea here. It's the idea that if you erase a group from a narrative that's an idealization of your imaginary world, it tells us a lot about what you think of who belongs in the real world.
Yeah,
we belong in stories, we belong in adventures, we deserve to be heroes, we deserve to be villains, we deserve to have complex, nuanced lives and families and jobs and, adventures, and exciting things happen because we're people like anybody else.
Exactly. Yeah, that's an excellent answer. We exist. Who wants to add on to that?
I will.
Yeah.
I think what it is has already been covered pretty well, but the why, since starting D&D Disability and making these mechanics so that people can create and view themselves and their characters, I have had so many people who have reached out to me and told me that they have been able to explain their disabilities to other people better because of being able to have this representation in D&D. And people who have told me they were in tears when they first saw that this happened because they had never seen, a disabled person like themselves in fantasy as a hero, as somebody who can do all of these things in even with their disabilities, because that's not something that prevents that. And I've also seen a lot of people who don't believe that disabled characters should be in D&D, and I think that that's why it is really important to keep pushing for that and keep having that representation out there and being louder about it, because there are people out there who really need to see this, and it means a lot to them.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, the awareness part is very important as well.
And here's the thing about everybody who says that this has nothing to do with them and they don't have any connection to it. Like, I think my friend Christine Bruno likes to say that we're the only club that anyone can join at any time.
I say that too. Yeah, it's yep.
It just happens.
So it affects everybody in some way. This is not an isolated group of people. This is something that touches everybody in some way. And
yeah.
And like, even if you are a part of the disabled community, there are other, like, it for me, I've always said disability is a journey, not a destination, and oh boy, what a journey it is. Because I started out as part of the disability community as being autistic, and now very recently I'm starting to also have chronic pain and figuring out all that, and it's been so cool, like, working in the space and having worked in the space as a disabled person and meeting a lot of these folks. It's made my own personal journey towards, like, being more accepting of my chronic pain and understanding of it a lot easier, because I've seen folks, like Jen and the things like Anna you've put out, where I can see those characters dealing with chronic pain, and I'm playing a character right now in a home game who also deals with chronic pain, and it's been so weirdly cathartic being able to bounce my own real life journey with chronic pain off that character. I was drawing that character the other day, and they're a superhero, and I was like, well, they need a back brace because they have chronic pain. And then when I started needing to wear a back brace more frequently, I didn't feel as bad about it, because I was like, oh wait, she does it, that's neat. And I think also to, like, bounce off what people are saying about, like, why representation is important, that's one of the reasons. The other reason I found is just on the superficial, like, not within the fiction itself, but as a creator in the space, being an autistic person of color, creating D&D content at the level that I'm able to work at, it's very important to show people that, like, I can do this. I have had so many people say that I don't exist. People like me don't play D&D, or people like me shouldn't play D&D. And being able to have that concrete proof of saying, no, I can play it. Moreover, I am writing the rules for the game, and you cannot stop me. And it is this act of it is an act of spite and defiance and pride in being who I am. And I've gotten a lot of messages where people are like, I didn't know I could do this until I saw you doing it. Or, this is so cool, my kids have someone to look up to. And that's a lot of pressure, but it's also so awesome to recognize that I am a person who's showing other people that there is a space for them here, and that they can exist here, and despite what anyone else says, there are people who will welcome them and will make space for them, who are actively fighting to make space for them, so that when they get here, they don't have to fight as hard to exist.
Yeah, and not only that, just continuing to improve the space and raise awareness within the non-disabled community of who we are, what access needs are, what accessibility is. So when you do show up, that's not a big deal. It's not the battles that we've all been fighting to raise that awareness and to create those spaces, just that is eased so much more for people who are coming in. Like, we'll take the brunt of it, as this kind of first wave.
Be nice to your content creators.
And oh, what a brunt it is. But like,
Alicia,
I kind of feel like I sort of defer to these ladies, because I'm relatively, even though I play D&D like all the time, I'm relatively new to D&D. I started playing at the beginning, actually the tail end of 2019, but I had been watching and following the RPG community for years. Like I met Matt Mercer, I think like in 2010, and he was like, oh, did it? I was like, no, this is why representation is so important to me, because I did not think I could play. Because I didn't see anyone who was different, had disabilities. So I just thought my position is to be a consumer, like to watch it. And I was like, I'm fine with that. I guess I'm just watching it. When people started sharing their disabilities and the fact that they have them and that they were playing and this is how they did it, that's when I was like, well, maybe I can try it. Because before, I mean, it's funny because the community was never against it. They were always like, why don't you play with us? And I was like, oh, because I had anxiety, like my own, we have our own sort of like, well, I don't know if I don't know if you guys are just going to tolerate me. When I started seeing people doing it, like Mackenzie was saying, that's when I was like, well, and I had one friend who, TJ Storm, and he was one that was like, you're playing whether or not you want to, I'm forcing you to play. And that's when I just sort of stepped out and never stopped after that. So
awesome. Seeing
other people with certain disabilities or neurological things showed me that maybe I can. And it's just been an amazing journey. So yeah, representation is extremely important.
Yeah. I think we've touched on this a little bit, but what I'm hearing too is that it's not just having the rules in the game, it's having the creators of those rules having disabilities themselves. Do you think that's important as well?
If you don't have creators who are disabled, the rules that people make about disability are bad. They're just not, they're not representative of the lived experience. It's the idea that blindness and deafness are inherently bad and are inherently binary, that it's a light switch, that you see nothing or you see. The reality is even people who wear glasses are on that spectrum, but like it is not binary in any sense of the word. Like there is so much nuance in disability and so much variability, and those understandings of that have led to so many issues of like the idea of disabled fakers and all of this, because people don't understand that ambulatory wheelchair users exist, or that deaf people can hear, or certain conditions are workable for people for things like So having designers who have the lived experience and can bring that, who understand the mechanics of a wheelchair, who understand the dimensions of a wheelchair, because like 90% of the art you see is not, you're like, that's not something you would take adventuring. What you would take adventuring is going to need to be light, it's going to need to be mobile, it's going to need to be collapsible, it's going to need to have certain things to make sure you have enough hooks and places to put stuff. Like,
got to have that crossbow.
Yeah, but the awareness of the lived experience is so important in translating that into mechanics, because mechanics are representative of something, right? They're not just numbers on a page. They are there to show something happening.
Yeah, now Alicia, you gave a pretty clear when you joined the D&D community back in 2019. Was that the moment that you decided to embody like the disabled side of the content? Does anybody else want to share when they sort of like this was their moment of I'm gonna do this now? Alicia?
You mean like just sort of when I realized I'm just actually it was never like that for me. Like I just sort of like, well, I guess I'm going to be doing, and I was scared to death because it was going to be live. I was scared to death, and this is something. It's crazy because I've been
started live.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
Same. Brave. I did too.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I think it was it was it did. I will say this: it has allowed me to accept my whatever things I considered my limitations, and just sort of just say this is how I have to overcome them. So I used to be very sort of closed with things, but now when I go in any game or any stream, anything, I feel totally okay saying, if I didn't catch what you said, I might ask you to repeat it. And
oh no, not that.
I'd just be like anxious.
Yeah.
I'd be anxious and afraid. But with everybody saying, well, this is what I need to do for my, things that are about me. It makes me more comfortable with who I am and things I need to make it more comfortable for me to play. So that's how it's been a journey with just acceptance, things that being comfortable sharing with people, like, about myself, which has always been really hard because I've always been like this with everything. It's like safety, sort of, that's just how it is. But
I think that's an important journey, though, and I think we've gone on that. We've each gone on that in our own way. Does anybody have like a turning moment where they were like, now there must be disabled content? Yep.
Have a 100% turning moment.
Lay it on me.
Because for yeah, and it's like I didn't realize this until I was like reflecting on 2020, which took a while because 2020 was a thing that happened. But so I'd been around the time was when I was starting transition from being like a part-time sort of. I mean, I could maybe do this as a job. Towards the end of 2019. When I had gotten my first job with MCDM working on Player's Guide to Capital, and I had also gotten started work with D&D Beyond doing guest articles. But I had also around that time privately gotten my diagnosis for autism and depression and a bunch of other neurotypicalities swirling around in my brain. But I didn't. For the longest time, I wasn't really open about it because I was like, it doesn't matter. It's fine. No one needs to know. Until I think around March 2020, when someone on the internet decided to make a tweet saying that autistic people shouldn't play D&D and they don't belong here because autism is a social they have problems with social things. D&D is a social game. Therefore, autistic people shouldn't play D&D. And that was the moment when I remember going, no, I have to tell people because I was in a very unique position where I was a new face coming into the industry, working with well-known professionals.
Right.
And I remember having that moment of clarity of going, I have some semblance of prominence. I am a person people look to.
Right.
They need to know I'm autistic. They need to know I exist. They cannot deny that I exist here. Right. And that was the moment when I decided I have to be public about my autism. And that's what triggered it. It was this deep-seated desire to tell people, no, I exist. I'm here. You can't tell me I shouldn't play this game. I am working with D&D Beyond and Matt Colville. You cannot tell me I do not exist.
Right. That's
From then it was one of those very slow things where it's like, okay, well, I'm on the autistic spectrum. I'm just sort of here. And then after a while, a lot thanks to Jen, who started inviting me onto my first disability panels. And with Jen being so open about their disability, it helped me get a lot more comfortable talking about disability and learning about disability advocacy. And then so working with Jen and doing a lot of those panels and learning a lot, from there I started being a lot more active and being a lot more loud. And now we're here. And it's so weird to me to be able to pinpoint that exact moment where I went out and went public. It's like it's like pinpointing the moment I came out as bi on the internet. It's just pinpointing the moment I came out, and it's so weird being able to find that exact moment where things shifted. And I don't regret it in any way, but it's a fun story because I think people don't realize how ingrained some of these tropes are in our collective social consciousness. And when I tell people, I was told the reason why I started being public about my disability was because people told me I can't play D&D, and then they look at me on the D&D team and they're like, what people told you that? And I'm like, no, that's a thing people do. that's normal for us, and that clicks something in their brain when they realize that. And I wish it didn't take such a drastic measure to make things click in people's brain, but at the same time, I'm happy to tell that story again and again because I made it. I did it. Screw you. I'm here.
I have to jump on the Jen train really quick. Jen has been really sort of instrumental on giving us people with disabilities or
A voice,
anything
yeah.
to be louder. Like before, Jen was like, you should speak on it because there aren't a lot of people that want to, but don't know that they can. So, and I realized, like Mackenzie was saying, you have sort of a profile, so use it. And with Jen was like. So it's been really really great. Jen, thank you.
Hey, Jen,
Yeah.
I think we've learned a lot from you. And where does that come from for you? I mean, you're amazing. You know this.
I like. Oh,
She's like,
sorry.
I am very fortunate that I have been involved with the community for a long time. Long before I ever was dealing with understanding that I had physical disabilities. I was doing a lot of work with the autistic community, and then in college I studied disability studies, and I've been symptomatic my whole life with EDS, but nobody really realized, like, until my 20s, like, I wasn't symptomatic in a way that it was really interfering with anything in my life, and then it was a rapid shift. But I have learned from a tradition of people like Judy Heumann and having people like Imani and Alice Wong and these people who are out there and are being loud and being the other piece of it for me is, like, I recognize that the consequences of these actions are significant on a personal level in terms of people's, like, mental health and comfort with their own feelings, and the way that we someone finds out, especially right now where there's this massive upswing in disability in this country, changing the way that the fear people have around disability is so important. Like, if you are less afraid, we can actually start moving towards how can we make things easier, how can we find solutions here for people to have easier lives and continue doing the things they love. But also, there are serious consequences to ableism. There are lethal consequences to ableism, and disproportionately affecting people of color, and multiply marginalized people. But, like, if we don't talk about this stuff everywhere, if we don't address it in media, if we don't address it in interpersonal conversations, if we don't address it in games, what are we doing with our time when we can do that? Like, we've been given this amazing privilege to have this platform and this opportunity. But it's also, everyone deserves to be represented in a game. Like, up until now, if you're a straight white guy, like, you've always been able to put yourself in a game with no question.
Right.
And no one's ever told you that, how dare you exist in your fantasy world. But the second I put ramps in a dungeon, like, there are death threats.
So strong. Yeah.
Like, because there's a something that's already in the Dungeon Master's Guide, and that's has precedent in history. But I'm giving people an opportunity to put someone like me in that world. I'm giving myself the same opportunity that plenty of other people have had forever. And I played this game for 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, but that is seen as, criminal at the very least by some people, and that just needs to change. And so, these are amazing people, and this is an amazing community of people who can support each other. And the work that Alicia does and the work that Mackenzie does, like, it's astonishing, and it's so good, and it's so exciting. And I just, the fact that they are out there and being vocal and inspiring other people to be comfortable in themselves and open and learn from each other and work together and create new cool stuff. Like, that's the best thing in the world. So, on a selfish note, like, I'm getting better games, I'm getting more stories, I'm making amazing friends. Like, yeah. I feel like I'm rambling now because I'm totally flustered.
You're fine. Okay,
Sorry,
well,
I'm gonna
I'll
put you
jump
on
in
the
real quick.
spot.
I'll jump in real quick. Anna, you started D&D Disability, you said last December. What
Mhm.
what prompted that? Why did you need to do that? Why did you want to do that? Besides it being awesome.
I was
Wow.
diagnosed with fibromyalgia the September before that, and
Mhm.
so that was, new for me, and kind of having a hard time processing that because I was a pretty, physical person. I have a sport dog. We do a lot of active things, so they couldn't do as much anymore. And so I was starting a new campaign around that time, and so I made my character have chronic pain, and that helped me kind of process all of that, and it made it easier to accept that myself. And I had seen the lovely things that went down when Sarah released the combat wheelchair, so I already knew that the community was, yeah.
Fun.
So I already knew that the community was both a not great about this kind of thing being introduced and also really needed it. And so when I put together the chronic pain mechanics, it was kind of just a realization that there was no reason to not do this.
Fair.
And I just kind of ran with it. And
Yeah.
I do want to spot like you for a moment, Anna, because I remember following like D&D Disability and stuff when it started out, and then I think and
I was
seeing
so
it grow is super cool.
It's so
Because
great.
like for the longest time, for me personally, it took me a while to like start playing characters who had my disabilities. It took me a long time to start playing characters who were autistic. And seeing you put out the mechanics for that made me go, wait a minute, I don't have to just make it a story thing. Wait, I can make it a mechanics thing. And so like I have a character who I've designed like autism mechanics for based on my own experiences. And I don't think I would have done that if I hadn't sort of seen some of the work you had started to do with like connecting the story of disability with the story with tangible mechanics. And I think that's super neat.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just, the work y'all are doing is just really exciting, but there's got to be some challenges you've run into, and I know we've hit on a couple of like the community pushback, and I know that's going to be a primary one. Are there other kinds of challenges that you've run into creating this kind of content?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the pushback is always a thing. But I think also on the flip side, there's a challenge where people are well intentioned and just can sort of make assumptions without actually trying to find out the reality of it. So someone's like, cool, I'm gonna put a blind character in my game. And you're going, great. Have you looked into anything? Did you read Devin Rue's big piece about blind characters? If you talk to any blind folks, and they're kind of going, no. And it's like, well, there are these amazing resources out there to help you, because if you don't kind of learn about it, there's just these traps that you are very, very likely to fall into.
Yeah, I've seen most people just kind of default to Marvel Comics Daredevil for blind characters. I'm like,
Yep.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
So I think that's one. And then also just the physical and emotional reality of being a disabled person. For me, I have a lot of physical stuff. I have chronic fatigue. I have chronic pain. Some days my hands don't work so well. Some day I can't sit up super well because CSF leak stuff, like all sorts of fun things. And so the reality of like having to produce content can be really challenging, or meet deadlines can be really challenging.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think also as a community, like we also can sometimes fragment, and that can be really hard. Like I want to see us unify and support each other, because and particularly our multiply marginalized members, because I think it's challenging it's challenging to be disabled, but to add in multiple marginalizations. I know Mackenzie has touched on that, but like the ways that impacts content creators in particular, and can become can cause a chilling effect on their content creation, is so it's so important that we're supporting each other and uplifting the work that our fellow creators are doing.
I do think that's important. And you touched on something interesting there, that our own disabilities can kind of get in the way or cause challenges. Do the rest of you find that happens as well?
Oh yes.
Yep.
It happens a lot. I
God,
mean,
I'm so tired.
yeah, the reality is that most of the work I do is done while laying on the floor or the sofa, or just like completely unable to get up because I have POTS. So like standing up will knock me out forever.
Right.
And so that it really does get in the way. It makes it hard to focus. It makes it hard to, like you said, meet deadlines. And it's definitely, people don't really see that reality of it. They're like, cool, content. And, sometimes people can be a bit pushy about things coming out. It's like, everybody that works on D&D Disability is disabled. So
Right.
it can definitely impact deadlines and just the work in general.
Yeah.
And the financial realities of it.
come up with
Yeah.
I've come up with very clever ways to learn how to work from bed and
Oh yeah.
still work on things and figuring out like, oh, can I access Microsoft Word from mobile? Cool. Guess who's not getting out of bed today? It's me, but you can't tell because we're working from home. Yeah, it's just, and with my chronic pain starting to develop more, and being on that journey, just the challenge of, I think for me, the physical challenge is a titan to wrestle with, but the bigger challenge for me is the accepting that I can't do as much as I used to, and the letting myself be kind to myself, and letting myself be flexible with things and giving myself that sort of grace has been the part that has been a little bit more of a roadblock for me when it comes to content creation. I have the privilege of working at Wizards and having like not having to do the freelancer grind when it comes to deadlines, or having content being pushed out because of the time it takes to publish things and go through like layout and review and getting sent to the printer. So I am very fortunate to have a understanding team and an understanding group of folks to work with who are very flexible with me working from home and being accommodating to me being like, look, look, if I turn this in at midnight, don't look at the time. Just don't question it, please. But like, it's still for me, the thing I still wrestle with is that letting myself be kind to myself and being like, I need an extra day. I need to ask for an extra day, because deadlines to me are so concrete in my brain, in part because of my autism, and having to train myself to give myself a little extra grace has been the hardest part.
Oh yeah. And Alicia, you travel a lot, and is that
I do.
Yeah, does that come into play too with your work?
Well, okay, for me, I mean, my profession, my team for the most part is me and myself. So I'm in a profession where, a lot of what, I mean, if I'm working for a company, like I usually have a lead time. So I'm in my ADHD part. That's another part of me. I'm very good with hyper focus and being able to put like a sort of I guess plan out like my hours and I do things. So a lot of what, like with limitations with my hearing and stuff like that, is more just a lot of the limitations I put on myself. And I think one of the toughest things to do with this or with anything in general with hearing is getting over the anxiety of feeling like a burden to people. And that holds me back in so many ways. That part, and like when Jen was saying, and you were saying, that the journey part of the thing is accepting that I can't do everything the same way other people can, and being totally okay. Getting over being totally okay with telling people that I can't do this way, but I can do it this way instead, and just being like, this is how it is. If you don't like it, you can stuff it. It took me a while to get there, and
Right.
I kind of want to go back in the past and like slap the old me in the face, and I do credit D&D and playing RPGs and PD Den to making me stronger in that voice. So with limitations, a lot of them, the world gives pushback, of course, but I've become stronger in being like, okay, and you mean nothing, and doing things my way, and being okay with being loud about it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think it kind of ties. Yeah, I think it kind of ties back to what we were talking about with like representation, where it's a lot easier to say, "Hey, I need this accommodation," when you have other people at the table who are confident in asking for those accommodations, and you feel a lot more comfortable being like, "Hey, can we be more conscious about how we represent disabled people when there are other disabled folks at the table?" Or even like expanding to other things where it's like, I'm more confident in asking for representation when I'm at a table with people who are like people of color, because they also understand it is not the same struggle, but they also still in some way understand the push for representation and that intersectionality of identity and representation and inclusivity. And that's one of the other things that's so great about having, you know, a whole table of disabled TTRPG creators. It's like I feel so much more comfortable asking for accommodations and like chewing my little chew stim toy around you all, because I know you are going to be more understanding.
Yeah, I think you know, we're still in a world that thinks that accommodations are special favors, or like you know, creating an uneven playing field. You're getting some special perk that people, you know, who are disabled are, you know, wanting extra things, and that's not at all what it is. We're trying to just equalize so we can have an equal shot, our equal access to things. It's a right, not a privilege, and it's really tough if you're the only person who's asking for to use that right.
Having that representation is very important for yourself as well as for the community, it sounds like.
But also, I think allyship is really important, and I think that, you know, it can feel really lonely to be a disabled person and see a lot of groups getting, you know, huge support and being, you know, big companies talking about issues and everybody getting months and things, and you know, obviously with disability it's an intersectional situation. We everyone in any community belongs to our community too. But it can feel really lonely because people don't talk about us. We are not ever the topic du jour. We're not ever the sexy thing to be talking about. And even though it's a terrible form of supporting a marginalized community to have like, this is the sudden push to support, like, I'm going to support this month. That's not what actual allyship is. There still is a boost to the community and awareness and support that does come out of that. And like, we never get that. It never happens. We are an invisible group.
Where's the line between allyship and like performative allyship? Because you touched on that, right? Like we get the months, but we don't get the full, you know, all the time. What do you think the line there is?
At least for me, it's always just been having people who are in positions of power who care.
Right.
That's the line. If you have people who don't care, they'll just do it for a month and it'll be performative and that's it. But if you have people who are either of the identity or genuinely do care for advocacy and have put in the work to study what disability is, what it means, what ableism is, the active act of unpacking your own ableism, that is when it started transitions. Months are great and months are fun, and it's always great to have like a month to focus on that. But if you come out of that month saying, all right, I did my advocacy, I'm done, next month, then you didn't really learn anything from that month, you know?
Right.
It's like tokenism, sort of, you know, that whole thing. Like, oh, look, we have a nice, shiny, disabled person at our table. Isn't that great? Good for us. Good, you know.
We included them.
What I've seen a lot specifically like in games, the line is kind of the difference between the people who are like, oh, this is really cool, I'm gonna put in PC or whatever in my game that has this disability, but they don't avoid, the harmful tropes, they don't do the research that you need to, versus the people who are not disabled but are like, hey, I really want to include some disabled characters in this campaign, but I want to make sure I'm doing it correctly, and we'll want to start a conversation about how to do that respectfully and to do it in a way that's not going to further harm the disabled community. And that's kind of the line I've seen from allies in like D&D. Yeah.
Sorry,
also,
Alicia. Hang on,
no,
Alicia
go
was
ahead,
going to say
Alicia.
something. Just want to get back to her real quick.
I was just gonna say this is why, I mean, we were talking about having people that have disabilities and positions of power, making the decisions, putting the games out is so important, and why sensitivity consulting is so important. And I love the fact that I see businesses embracing that now. I've gotten to do so much sensitivity consulting, all in DH, so I can't say what, but for companies now, for games and stuff like that, it makes me so, I'm like, come into this meeting and ask me questions, even if you think they're stupid. Like, I was in a meeting recently, and one of the developers said, how important is it if a character is deaf, using like a version of ASL if it's not like totally correct? I'm like this. You can't use fake ASL. It has to be real or not at all. Are you kidding me? But I let people ask the question.
What if you use fake English?
Just doing hand signals. I was like, I welcome the questions. I'm glad you asked. No.
Yeah, it's one of the things where, God, I'm glad you asked. I am glad someone asked, because if you hadn't asked, you probably would have done it anyways, which is not great. But having that space to ask those kinds of questions, I think is super good. And like, here's the thing, that like ableism is just inherently baked in our society. It's it just is.
All the
and part of unpacking ableism is recognizing I need to ask these questions. I need to follow this thread and see how far it goes. And being okay with learning and unpacking and feeling like a fool at times because of these things. Part of good advocacy and part of good allyship is accepting that I was raised in an ableist society, and I have things I need to unpack. Like, I have things I need to unpack, and I'm disabled.
Yes.
But that willingness to feel like a fool, willingness to feel wrong and accepting it, and then move past it and learn, that's a huge part of advocacy that I think people don't quite get, because there's a big fear of being wrong. When the reality, true advocacy is, I am wrong. I accept that I'm wrong. How do I stop being incorrect in this way?
We've talked a lot about research and that kind of thing. Is there a wrong way to get this kind of information? Is there a right way?
So, I mean, two things. One, I just really want to quickly go back to the allyship question, because I think one of the things that's important if you are an ally is a willingness to take a step back from your own success to elevate someone else's. I think part of allyship involves that willingness to take the hit, to make sure that other opportunities are happening, or that people are getting recognized, and to speak up and highlight people and elevate people who may not be getting recognized, and put yourself on the line for it. So I think that's a really important part of allyship that doesn't always get mentioned and is key to it.
I think that is important.
Bad representation, bad information. I mean, no disabled person is a monolith, and the community is not monolithic. There are lots of perspectives within it. I mean, I certainly know what I think are the more appropriate ways to go with things. There is certain language that I prefer for things. I prefer identity first language. Some people prefer identity first language would be, I call myself a disabled person, not a person with disabilities. That's person first. For me, you should see me as a person regardless. I should not have to
Right.
state that for you.
Right.
And I don't see disability as an inherently bad thing. I see it
Mm.
as part of who I am, the same way that I have red hair or, hazel eyes or am, my height or my size or whatever. Like,
Mhm.
I am also disabled. That's part of my descriptors. So I think there are certainly places that I would say that information is not awesome. Like, someone goes to a certain organization that I'm not going to mention the name of, but and they're getting their information from that particular one. And I think we all know who I'm talking about.
If you don't, I'll tell you after the panel.
Should I say it?
No, don't, please. Okay. I don't want any of their attention.
Yeah, I don't want to set.
I don't want any of those celebrities or any of their attention.
That is notorious for their treatment of certain
of that community, yes,
disability and community.
Yep.
So I would not want someone going and getting information from them, even though they purport themselves to be experts and maybe one of the first Google results that you would get. So yeah, I think there are places that no, I would not want people getting their information because I think some of it is harmful. But like a place that I think is a really good place to get information, the Fate Accessibility Toolkit. Like, this is a phenomenal book.
I like that you could just pull it out. You just, here you go.
Like, I want to have this like
just like tattooed on you. Yeah.
Tattooed.
Yeah.
I can't say enough about this book and the people who worked on it, and also Kuna-san who edited it and wrote on it, and like this thing is a masterpiece. I cannot recommend it highly enough to everybody. It's the Fate Accessibility Toolkit from Evil Hat. It's all dedicated to accessibility. It's geared toward Fate, but everything in it can be applied toward any system.
I've seen it 20
used. Yeah, pages of ASL signs for gaming.
Yep.
Like, it's an amazing thing, and the work is beautifully done. But we've got a lot of intersectional communities here, so I assume like you can't just walk up to any disabled person and be like, you're going to answer all my questions about this, right?
Oh my God, please don't. Yeah. Please don't do that. Guys, no. Just like, I cannot speak on being blind or deaf. That is not something that I can talk about. Do not expect me to talk about that. I will refer you to someone else. Mm-hmm. And I think in general, like, if you look up to one, like Jen said, disability isn't a monolith, and if anything, I hope if people watch this panel and see the variety of folks on it, they take away the lesson that there are a lot of us in this community.
Yeah.
And not any one of us should be the disabled creator.
Right.
No, not any single one of us is the disabled D&D or the disabled TTRPG creator. We are disabled creators together. We are a community. And it is important to have that variety of perspectives, because there are things that impact like me differently as an Asian disabled person that may not impact someone else. I know for even among like disabled folks, I have a hard time sometimes being recognized as disabled because I am a person of color. I often get forgotten about when it comes to conversations about disability because I am a person of color, and people see me as a person of color first and a disabled person second, when for me, it's all the same. They all impact me the exact same way. People see me as a person of color before they see me as queer. They'll see me as queer before they'll see me as disabled. And having those tiers of identity impacts the work I'm able to do. When for me, all those identities are on the same level of impacting my life. So I think remembering that there is that variety of perspectives is the best way to go about avoiding, like, quote unquote, being wrong in terms of your disability representation. Right. It's just remembering that we are not a monolith. Our disability is a spectrum, and our community is wide and vast and vibrant, and not any single one person can be your disabled figure.
Okay, 100%. We are getting close to our time, so I'm going to ask you 2 more questions. I think we could probably talk about this forever. And I really appreciate what you've shared so far. But if you had a piece of advice you wanted our viewers to walk away with, what would that be? Like, what do you want them to remember from this? Yeah, go for it.
I'll start. I think the piece of advice, is, and this would be for anybody, and something I've learned coming into the community, is that there are a lot more people with neurodivergence or disabilities than you think. They're just not as comfortable as we are being loud with it. So it's always good to keep that in mind when you're playing or coming up with a game or a character, because there could be somebody at your table that's struggling with something. And so when I hear stories of people like making fun, and this has happened, making fun of, did you notice what she was doing during the game? What was she doing? And I was like thinking in my head, I'm like, maybe she's neurodivergent. Maybe you guys should take that into consideration. Maybe she just doesn't feel comfortable sharing that with you. So I think it's just important to remember that normal, it doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay, everybody has something you're dealing with. So, I mean, it's been actually comforting knowing that we're all dealing with something in different levels. So,
absolutely, that's very important to keep in mind. Others.
I mean, my first piece of advice to everybody is go watch Stella Young's TED Talk. It's the best introduction to disability and disability theory out there, and it'll reframe the way you approach disability. It's 8 minutes and it's hilarious and it's wonderful. So that's the first one, for sure. And then I think what Alicia's saying, is remembering that access is a right, and that means being aware and open to conversations about accessibility, and inviting conversations about accessibility at your table, in your life, in your own experience, in how you welcome people to your game, how you design your game. And then the very last thing, I know there was only one, but I have three, is that like our community is not in competition with one another. Like we are all really up against decades of design and centuries of ableism that we are trying to dismantle as we're shaking this stuff out, and the fact that we've made the progress we have in the amount of time we have is pretty astonishing. I'm so proud of this community, and that we're working together to try and shape the future of how this is all approached.
It is pretty incredible.
I think I would have to say
okay, I was just going to ask if you wanted to go, but then you started going, so this is all moot. Shut up now.
If you are a disabled person who wants to get into the TTRPG community, that, there are people that are very, very loud and against that, but that's all they are, is they are loud. Yeah. And there is a much wider group of people who want you there, who are accepting, than the people who are just there to be loud.
That's a great piece of advice, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I'll say my piece of advice is that disability isn't a bad word.
Yes.
There are definitely, if you're watching this panel, and you've heard a little bit about our experiences, and you might be thinking, oh wait, I might be disabled. That's not a bad thing to think. Right. Being disabled isn't a bad thing. And if you are, disability is a journey, and it is a journey of self-acceptance. And one of those big hurdles of self-acceptance is recognizing that it's not a bad thing. It's not something wrong with me. It's not something wrong with any of us on this panel. It is just simply a facet of who we are. And that's something to be proud of, just as much as anyone is proud of any other element of their identity. And I think if I want anyone to take anything away from this, it's that being disabled isn't bad. And we're happy to have you among our ranks. Yep, come on in. If you end up realizing you're disabled, or you get that diagnosis, or even if you don't, hey, we're here. It's not a bad thing. It might feel like a bad thing for a little bit, but we'll help you work through it. Yep. And we've got a bunch of folks here who are very excited to show that in our games and in real life, that we exist, we're here. We're not broken, we're just disabled. And that's a societal thing.
Exactly.
That's a
Okay,
good
so
idea.
really quick, we're going to do where you can be found on the internet. We're going to use the same order we used as introduction. So I'll go first. Again, my name is Shona Spain. My handle is like 7spoon with the 7 as the word spelled out. I'm an autistic GM. I'm also an ambulatory wheelchair user. You can find me on Twitter. I won't talk to you in any other place. And Alicia, yeah, Alicia, you go next. Where can people find you?
Okay, I'm all over the place. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok sometimes. Mostly Twitter because it's my favorite platform, but everywhere at Alicia Marie Body. And I'm usually making costumes or playing RPGs. So some interesting things coming up, but because we live in Hollywood, everything is NDA. So you just have to wait and see.
So
Thank you
follow
for
her
having
so
me.
you can figure that out. Yeah, perfect. Mackenzie, you're next. Where can people find you?
Everyone can find me across all social media at Mackenzie Lane DA. That's MAKENZIELANEDA. I can't talk a lot about the projects I'm working on because of NDAs. Yay for working at Wizards. However, when they do come out, you can find me yelling about them on Twitter. I also talk a lot about inclusivity, diversity, disability advocacy. Yes, that's such a good pin.
Great pin. An NDA pin. That's great.
Yep, I talk a lot about my autism, and sometimes I talk a little bit about my journey with chronic pain and figuring out what it is, which is currently something that is going on in the background of my life. And yeah, you can find me also as a lead writer for the Islands of Sina Una, and our hard copies just arrived, which is super neat. You can order that over on the Hit Point Press store. You can also find me as one of the designers for Kingdoms in Warfare, one of the contributors to Arcadia. I did some stuff with D&D Beyond in the past, and I've got some really, really cool stuff that's coming out in the future that I cannot wait to talk about, and I will yell very loudly about on the socials when I am freed from my NDA prisons. Thank you so much for
follow
having me.
Mac as well. Great, Jen. Where can we find you?
I am Jennifer Kretschmer. You can find me on Twitter as @DreamWisp, DREAMWISP. In my pinned post there, you can find a link to the Accessibility in Gaming Resource Guide, as well as the Disabled Professionals in Tabletop Directory if you would like to sign up and join us there. We've already gotten people work from it. It's been out for 3 weeks, which is amazing. I'm a writer. I was one of the authors on Candlekeep Mysteries. I'm currently on Heroes of the Plains on Demiplane. I am on Vampire of the Nightlife on Play Renegade. I was a contributor and sensitivity consultant on Haunted West, which just came out, as well as a tabletop game called Valor and Villainy for Skybound, and a bunch of other things happening.
Awesome things.
Find me streaming on Twitch as Dreamless Jen. I think that's. Oh, I'm currently judging the DM's challenge for D&D, so we have weeks on that.
That's pretty cool.
And I think that's it. We'll go with that.
Great. And Anna, bring us home. Where can we find you?
I am mostly active on Twitter under D&D Disability. That's with an N. Mostly post there, and then all of the works can be found on dnddisability.com, again with the N. And then I do freelance TTRPG work, so I'll usually pop up in other places sometimes. Most of it's disability related, and therefore I will also go share it on D&D Disability.
Perfect. All right. Well, we have had a good time today, and I hope everybody learned at least one thing. Remember, disability is kind of like boiling the ocean. So pick your favorite thing, go learn a lot about it. And then I want to thank all of my panelists. I have enjoyed this so much, and I am so glad you took the time. As disabled individuals, I know how much this energy means, and I really appreciate you sharing that with me today. So we'll say goodbye, and I traditionally end my streams with bye stream stream. So that's what we're going to do today. Everybody say bye stream stream. Bye stream stream.
That's my man throwing down.
Welcome to Blurring the Lines Between Games and Films. We've got a fantastic panel today. I think the best thing is that we walk around the room as virtually and introduce ourselves. Jason, let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Jason Parks. I'm CEO of Road to Entertainment, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Hello, my name is Immersive. I'm the Chief Creative Officer in Road to Entertainment Media, and likewise, it's a pleasure to be here.
Hi. Me? Okay, I'll try to go next. My name is Neville Page, and I'm a concept designer in the entertainment industry and a writer and director.
Hi, I'm AJ Wedding. I'm the co-founder of Orbital Virtual Studios.
And Neville, you've won 2 Emmys, which you omitted to tell us.
Well, I feel that
Oh, it's 3.
No, a third one's going to happen.
Oh,
Yes.
I guess maybe. To me, winning an Emmy, which is a wonderful privilege, you have to know that it isn't done alone. It's a group effort. So I guess I'm pretty modest about it because it's a group thing. But yes, I'm very fortunate to have a couple Emmys in my life.
I'm Louisa Spring, and I'll be moderating today. And I own the consultancy Sam Immersive. We concentrate on XR and 5G, and gaming. So I want to get started here with a question for all of you. The line between gaming and film is being blurred in many ways. One in particular is through immersive entertainment. With VR technology being so readily available now, with Oculus Quest, etc., fans can place themselves into their favorite movie franchise and TV series. What does immersive entertainment mean to you? And how do you see it advancing in the future? Should we start off with Amir with that question?
I think, we're in a really paradigm shift, especially the last 5 years to get to see, I think it's 2016, when finally VR started becoming mainstream. And I think one of the advantage that we get to see in this platform and how immersive it is, and not only immersive, we get to feel and finally to empathy with this technology, which it is pretty exciting because now not only we able to experience our stories in one dimensions, and now we get to live the stories that we grow up. And I think that's one of the exciting things that it starts to happening. I think for me, in the last couple of years, and what Rota has been and focusing on is the empathy and empathy and empathy. How to tell the stories in a VR and 360 form and 6-degree freedom. So, and how this technology is affecting films, and how the films is affecting the gaming. So I think, as a young gamer and a young storyteller, and many years watching my favorite movies, is I always put myself in that shoe. What if I was actually there? Many of us grow up with Star Wars, and we all dream to be in Millennium Falcon, and we all dream to be in the any X-wings and TIE fighters. So it is incredible right now. Not only the new generation can literally just get to see their heroes, but they can be the hero inside that franchise. They can navigate in those ships to experience way differently than I experienced those franchises. I think that's one of the most exciting thing about blurring the line between the VR and the movie franchises now.
And one question actually I did want to ask all of you, because actually what you just brought up is very true. I was a gamer when I was very young. My dad was the head of Atari in the West Midlands. So when I first saw VR, I thought, holy hell, I can be in the game. This is fantastic. So Neville, maybe you could talk to, when you first saw kind of VR, it might have been a while back, I don't know, when it first came out, and, how you see kind of VR and, film merging together right now.
I was very young when VR came out. I was old enough to know and be conscious of the ramifications of what VR can do for entertainment just generally. And like Amir was saying, that awareness of being so immersed in something was really exciting. And it doesn't have to be a game necessarily, just being in a documentary about the Serengeti, and being able to not be forced to look at something, but on your own accord, look around and experience. And because my background is film versus gaming, so my first thought was, well, how can this ever be used in movie making, literally making of movies, as well as the presentation of movies? And those are two very separate worlds. The entertainment part, the experience of a film, that's a Herculean thing to yet be proven, namely because a 360-degree filmed experience is very challenging. To not have all the gear, at the very least, in frame. Can be done. It's just a very, very expensive endeavor. And then the question is, in a movie theater, how does one experience that? If it's even in a movie theater, or if it's just at home wearing a device. So it's kind of like when 3D came out years ago, like in the 50s. It was novelty. And then cut to Avatar, where it's less novelty. It was for some, but that wasn't Jim's intent. And it's more experiential. And I remember thinking to myself, yeah, Avatar was amazing in 3D, but it's going to only be that type of film. you're not going to watch Sophie's Choice in 3D. And I had a conversation with some people who are very much of that world about it. And they were like, why wouldn't you watch Sophie's Choice in 3D? And I thought, well, it's ridiculous. You know, Nazis coming at you, using it as a gimmick in a very serious film, that doesn't seem wise. And I was completely wrong when somebody said, yeah, but real life experience is 3D. So why wouldn't you want to have the experience of entertainment be as close to real life as possible? And I gave pause and thought, wow, I can imagine seeing something like Sophie's Choice in 3D, and the goal with any kind of entertainment is to move you, is to make you feel. And you feel a lot if you've ever seen that film. It's an amazing film. Imagine being immersed in that and feeling that much more. That's a scary notion versus just being entertained in an X-Wing, all of a sudden feeling Sophie's Choice for real. And I think that's where it's a really powerful device to have it be completely immersive. So it will get there. And I could talk personally for hours about the process of making movies using virtual production now, which is it's liberating. It's so exciting. And working with Row 2 and with Orbital recently has just opened my eyes to this paradigm shift and the new zeitgeist of filmmaking. It's so exciting what's happening. And I won't take up all the time talking about it because I'm sure there's many questions, but we are in a world right now that is allowing so much more to be experienced in such a much more intimate way.
Louisa, I just want to add quickly what Neville said, because I think it's pretty important. I think that paradigm shift, and when we talk about the empathy, I mean, you know, recently, like how this technology can be so powerful as the storytelling. With, you know, when you were talking about Sophie's Choice, it's like, so think about this right now with the refugees and all the things that, all the problems that basically in this planet dealing. But if we can pick one topic, we can now, like, you know, countless documentaries and people watch and all, you know, and you get in a different experience watching a documentary. But being actually in the shoe of a person that you're trying to convey, it's an absolutely different experience, which not always books and the films can able to do that unless you have a real time, you know, real experience. The closest the thing real experience now is this immersive medium, virtual reality or augmented reality.
You know, you just said something that made me think of the idea of first person shooter, which is the classic term in the game world, is maybe now it's going to be first person viewer, where you are in the shoes and you do look around and you do have choices as a viewer of what to look at. And maybe it's contained a bit, but you at least get to focus your personal attention onto something.
Actually, if I piggyback off that, that's exactly what Amir and I have done with Rhythm of the Universe Ionia, our first VR game out coming very soon, which is you're the perspective of a young child named Allegro, and you're with your sister Allegra, and the whole game is experience exactly what you just said, a first-person interactive epic saga where you simply the gameplay is the experience of the environment around you, and that's the power VR has.
Yeah, I think you guys are really hitting it on the nose. I mean, where we're at right now is such a exciting time. I mean, with what you guys are doing with VR and what we're doing with virtual production together, and seeing all of this stuff is really amazing. But I really still feel like it's in its nascent stage. You know, it's we're seeing now with a lot of those lines, like you're talking about, lines blurring. You know, we've seen early attempts at the sort of choose your own adventure movie, you know, with Bandersnatch and a few others, and the video game side of it, where you have full control of everything. And where is that going to land in entertainment? You know, it's probably going to be closer to the gaming side, I think, than it is to the movie side. But I think that the creatives are going to be what drive that. You know, the technology has proven it's capable of anything. So it comes down to the creatives to say, all right, this is what we want to do. And then technology can fill in the gaps.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So actually, and Jason, I know you jumped in there. Could you just talk a little bit more about obviously Ionia that is coming out, which is a game coming out in September, and also the moment, because I know that you were working on other kinds of film, etc. And then you had a kind of hit on the head moment where you just saw that VR was the future and you wanted to start gaming. So coming from a film background as well, maybe you might talk about how you also transitioned into gaming too.
Oh, absolutely. I think first also to go into that off of what AJ was saying is that I see VR as this tool for film, and let me say it like this. VR has two principal utilities for me. One as an entertainment device, and it most certainly has grown to be that significantly with the Oculus Quest 2 and even with PC VR, PSVR, but as well as you now can use a tethered VR headset and you can step inside a movie set. It is a utility. It is a tool now, and that tool will continue to grow and be more and more useful to filmmakers and all sorts of entertainment professionals. So I'm very bullish on VR in a lot of different ways. And so something Amir and I did was about 3-4 years ago. We went over to a friend's house, someone who works with us. And ultimately, they had a VR headset, one of the first Vives out there. It might have even been 5 years at this point, Amir. It's getting late. And we put the Vive on. We saw a giant whale go by in an experience called the Blue by Weird VR. And the immensity, like the scale you feel of this whale in front of you, it blew Amir and I away. And we realized, like, oh, this is the entertainment vehicle we want to tell our saga, our next story in. And prior to that, we had been working with international musicians, over 1,000 of them, over 10 years. And we were able to utilize them to create music videos where we brought 90 musicians from 90 different countries together, wrote a song of peace. That led us to having a sold out show at Symphony Hall. That also led us to creating music videos and documentaries for a number of nonprofits, particularly for the Amazon Aid Foundation, where we filmed the illegal gold mining and deforestation happening down in the Peruvian Amazon. And we've been telling this story on a 2D screen, and we go in and we capture with a camera, and it's been fun. But at some point we felt a little limited. Like we wanted to do more because we had a live background where, a lot of what we did was live performance, but we were getting ourselves into filmmaking, documentary making. And we wanted to blend these worlds together. And that's why I think Amir and I were so attracted to virtual reality the moment we were aware of it. And that led us to telling this story that I have to give Amir props that he had been working with our team to slowly combine all of our experiences with those international musicians and artists to create this epic saga, this story where we created what we call music mythology, where we turn note names, instruments, everything that encompasses music and music theory. We turn that into lands, people, ecosystems, game mechanics, storyline arc. And we told that inside virtual reality in a first-person experience. And so we've been working on that game for the past several years, and we're really excited to release it. And it's going to be out for all virtual reality platforms very soon. And it really is just a continuation of the story that has been told on a stage, has been told in a documentary, has been seen in many different transmedia ways.
By the way, having played that game, I highly recommend it.
Yeah. Congratulations. It's gorgeous. And you bring up something that I struggle with too, which is the whole documentary thing. Documentaries are a place that we, the world, gets to communicate our point of view on bigger issues. The problem with documentaries, as I've aspired to doing some myself, is that you're preaching to the choir in a lot of ways. The people that go see documentaries are already motivated to make a difference. They just become more aware maybe more engaged, but we want that information to reach those who are either completely unaware or don't have the connection or the empathy to the subject matter. And so documentaries just kind of fall into this interesting category of they're brilliant with their intention, but you can't really get to people that you want to get to. So it feels like with your game, for example, and other forms of entertainment, particularly in utilization of the new technology, we have the opportunity to tell documentary stories in an entertainment way using a technology that can only make you that much more engaged. And like Avatar, you are essentially tricking people into becoming more aware of situations via the gigantic scope of visuals and music and performance. And that's where, again, I feel for me personally, the use of all of this technology is to convey really important storytelling that is marketable in a more global way, a more generic way.
I could not agree more. If anybody would go and scrub the internet for my past panels and talks, it's something I always bring up, is that I believe that empathy, education is slowly blurring into entertainment, right? And that soon storytelling will be so advanced and complex that, well, yeah, like as you said, Neville, like that we're able to even better portray messages and understandings through an entertainment form without the user really even knowing that that's happening.
Mhm.
It's exactly what we're trying to do with Ionia. And we even try and take it a step farther by donating 5% to Wildlife Warriors, the late Steve Irwin's foundation protecting wildlife all over the world. And we wanted to make sure that the game, which has that message and mission in it, that it actually has a direct impact as well. So I think there are lots of creative ways we can, as you mentioned, use storytelling for good.
And what I'm hearing here as well, Jason, is that it's almost like VR brought you to gaming.
I definitely was a gamer before I ever saw VR. I've been a passionate gamer my entire life.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Zelda Ocarina of Time, Sega Genesis. But yes, absolutely. It ignited a new flame and passion for gaming. I mostly play VR games. I love it. I don't just make them. I'm also a participant.
So I just wanted to ask you about creature design, Neville, because you've been so bashful so far and haven't really talked about your work on Avatar, etc. How does the process differ between film and games?
It doesn't really, and it definitely shouldn't in terms of creating things. I'm trying to see if there is a difference, because design for me is just pure. Your goal is to, of course, answer your client's question, their desire, which is usually within the narrative. So you read the script, or you're told you've got a beast that flies, and that beast is, like with our banshees in Avatar, for example, it was a very complex creature in what it does within the story. But it's like designing any kind of consumer product. You have to understand the market. You have to understand the function of the product, the features that it needs to have, and you approach it from a very utilitarian way. And the only way you can design a car is if you understand how it works. You know, if it's pistons and wheels and all of that, what's the package, how many occupants, is it a sedan versus a wagon versus a sports car? And so before I even started drawing a flying creature, I spent a lot of time, and it was really, to James Cameron's credit, he allowed us the time also to learn So I studied as much as I possibly could to really understand bird flight, the mechanics of bird flight, the differences between a sparrow and a gliding bird versus a hovering bird versus a bird of speed. And then I felt like, okay, now it's appropriate for me to start to design because I'm just educated enough to know what to do. So every single creature that I am challenged with, tasked with, I have that same industrial design approach, which is understand the subject matter first. And by when I said earlier, you have to know what the market is, that's a part of the awareness of the end product. It's a flying bird in a James Cameron film. It needs to be beautiful. It needs to be appealing to the audience, the end consumer. So every product, I'm calling them products because I really do consider them products. Every creature I design, I must understand what it is I'm designing. And even if it's a bipedal humanoid alien in Star Trek, for example, I must understand their motivation, their intention as an actor. And I'm fortunate to have studied as an actor. That was a goal prior to design. And that, you probably never heard of me. That's how good I was. But what I took from studying and working as an actor was the importance of rounding out the few lines you have in a script to build a character of depth. So the same goes with designing aliens. They may not have any lines; they just walk by. Well, I might be the only one that knows, but I'm gonna know everything about this character's background, if it has a wife or a husband or both, children, what it loves to eat, its propensities, its habits, and it allows you to have and infuse intimacy within your character. And I think that does show versus just having something with big teeth and glowing red eyes and, kind of the classic go-to primal conveyance of terror in a creature. Because pretty much every single creature I have to do, there's a moment where it's like, make it vicious and terrible and all those things. And you have to do that, but you got to understand why it's doing it to give it more interesting motivation. And I apply that to everything I do, dare I say, in life, is understand it before you act on it. And it just helps you make fewer mistakes, quite frankly.
I think I can add to that too. I think it's very encouraging to hear that, from you, Neville, because I think, all of us as an artist, most of the time we do research online, get to see a lot of fellow artists and younger, designers. And I come across and always see, and, some of the people, I meet too, they're gorgeous designs, people coming up. But when you usually asking the questions like 70 and 80%, what is the purpose of this design? Why it has these X things on it? Usually they don't able to, that much back it up with the idea because research is not done. It usually the answers comes where it looks good. I did it versus is the functionality, which is again a great and art versus. But even I think looking at the great artists that we admire, even in the 300 years and 500 years old, the paintings, it's not painted just to paint it. It looks good. It's the colors that looks good. There's always the well taught inspiration comes from there, and research comes from somewhere to able to put it together. So that's something that I think is very encouraging to hear, and it's a great advice to any designer out there that I guess to have a little practice of researching.
Yeah, I would love to hear actually from Jason and Amir about the characters in the game Ionia, because you do have characters in there that you developed, and what, for example, one of their motivations is. I mean, kind of having this backstory is really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And Amir, you probably should take that away. But just to start it, it had to do a lot, and it perfect for the topic because we were blending film, or at least this storyline that we had, with gaming, and the understanding was that, hey, the whole universe, the even to the name of the continent, which we call Pangea, right? It's a supercontinent broken into 7 different lands that are combined together, and those lands are based on the modes of music: Ionia, Doria, Phrygia, Lydia. That's the Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian mode. That everything had a meaning and a purpose tied to music theory and tied to each other. The different lands had relationships with each other that were all thought out before we ever even created a gray box in the Unreal Engine. So we most certainly took Neville's advice several years ago, or I should say Amir did when he started, and making sure that our story was sound, and that even Allegra, our main character, the feathers on her face, the green tint of her skin, everything about her, even the symbols on the satchel she has at her side, all represent something significant to the story and ultimately ties into the universe that you're in. And one of the reasons I think our beta testers, our demoers, and everyone who's tried just get this sense of what's a good, like, I hyper realize, like, this feeling that this is well made and ultimately a part of something much bigger. So Amir, you probably can talk a lot better on that than me.
No, just to, I think closing up that is, I think, people love details in any way, whether, I think AJ can relate to that. I think you can talk about that too, like any environment that even goes in a set, like anything that, working with Neville or any ex people that, we've been in doing some, really fortunate works on a, Orbital's LED wall. But even then, it's just like anything, putting in the background, now we talk about the creatures and we talk about the characters, but also we're talking about the environment. It's the same philosophy of goes into why details matters. If anyone, and sometimes I do hear this, and which is sad, and some ex people out there that don't worry about that much detail. People never going to catch it. Wrong. People always catch it, and people always appreciate it. And I don't like that mindset that you trying to dumb people down by saying, you're paying attention too much on there. Just get to the point kind of thing. There is a time and there is a time on that. But I think it's something that I think you can talk, AJ, on environment standpoint, the fidelity standpoint, why detail is, I guess, matter for even the screens, I guess.
Yeah, actually, I would love, AJ, for us to kind of segue into virtual production, and perhaps you to tell us a little bit more about Orbital, etc., and how you're working with Unreal Engine and Rotu and Neville as well.
Sure. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned, having the details, and it reminds me of, Star Trek: The Next Generation, which of course is behind Louisa right now, and the props that they would have for that show, because of the lack of fidelity of the cameras and what was able to be broadcast, they didn't have to have, insane details. So if you look at the actual props that they used that are in, museums, you kind of go, that looks like somebody made that out of balsa wood and just painted it in like a day. And that's because that's what happened. But when HD showed up and 4K showed up, now you can see everything. And you're absolutely right when you talk about people notice the details, and whether or not they're actually picking them out, it affects them, and it affects their experience of the world. And if you think about the movies that really stand out to you, like, a Harry Potter or a Lord of the Rings or an Avatar, think about the details that are present in those things, and people really start to dive into them, and it allows them to love the universe more. And that was one of the great things about Ionia when I played it, was I felt like I was in a different world, a different universe, and it all felt cohesive to itself. Yes, when we talk about virtual production, there are a few things I love about it. I mean, obviously, yes, we want to drive as much content to the walls as possible. I think, the more detail we can get, especially now that Unreal Engine 4.27 just came out in its full form. It's allowing a lot more ease of use of the technology for us. And obviously, the more we can, add video cards and GPUs to the system, we can continue to drive more content to the walls. And really, it's just about creating that universe that that feels real, that feels immersive for film. And just to piggyback on something somebody said earlier about VR and how, I think Jason was saying how, he's big on VR because of all of its capabilities. You're absolutely right. When it comes to filmmaking, it actually takes the process of filmmaking and makes it easier and more seamless for all the departments. If Neville's designing a creature or an environment and a production designer is designing a room or a spaceship, and all of these things are happening in their own silos. There's a storyboard artist doing his storyboards, and then the director's making his shot list. And when everybody comes together, you've got these 5 different versions of everything, and then everyone's trying to scramble and figure out what is that thing, right? How do these things all fit together? But with virtual production and VR, everyone can work in the same environment, and they don't even have to be in the same country. I mean, this environment can be created. The director can go in there with a storyboard artist and a little camera, and you can make his storyboards. They can do virtual location scouting with anybody who needs to see it. Obviously, the actors get to see the area that they're performing in, and even maybe some CG elements that are flying around. One of the projects we're working on right now with Neville and Rotu, there are, beasts in this thing that literally have intelligence, and they act on their own. And that is just, it blows my mind when I think about it, and when Neville talks about it. These are the things that are, again, just the start of what's possible. And we're building some pretty big stages in Los Angeles, and looking at a few other locations as well to support this, because we're really big on where we think this can go. And much like Neville said earlier, it's not just going to be, the avatars of the world. You're going to start seeing this in regular primetime Law and Order type TV shows. You're already sort of seeing it. I mean, if you see any scene where someone's driving a car, 80% of the time that's going to be inside of an LED stage. It's just easier to do and safer. So yeah.
AJ, I want to clarify something you just said about the creatures that are in the production that we're working on together. You said that they're really cool because they have an intelligence. When I was listening to you say that, it could sound like the way I designed them was to be intelligent and aware. And that's not what AJ's saying. I simply handed Rotu a dead ZBrush, a bunch of polygons, and said, here's the creature, and I'd like it to move. And they gave it intelligence in terms of AI, excuse me, so that when this creature moves, I, as a director of a shot, say, it'd be nice if it went from left to right. Okay. So Rotu, as I'm always blown away with what they do, is they go, okay, we hear what you're saying, Neville, but what we're going to provide you is we're going to give it a brain, and we're going to put something over there that it's interested in, and there'll be obstacles in the way that it will on its own navigate. And I remember seeing the first test and thinking, I could be angry and say, this isn't what I asked for. This is way better than I asked for. Way more than I even knew to ask for. And that's the thing that's the iterative learning process of working with all of you and working in this paradigm shift, as we're calling it, is I am learning about the potential. And the only frustrating part is, oh my God, I can do so much more. I knew my limitations before. I knew that which I could not do, and that was helpful. Now, we can all do so much more, and it's kind of like you've been given 4 tubes of paint to paint an image, and you kind of know, okay, I know what I'm going to be able to do with this. Now, all the colors of the rainbow are available. And
Well,
it's
yes, and when you give this stuff to, when you give technology like real-time rendering engines to people like Amir, who already can work very fast. I mean, now you're talking about lightning speed because you're not waiting for things to render and figure out whether or not they work. And that has been one of the greatest part of our partnerships, for me at least, is how fast the iterations come. I mean, for your project specifically, I feel like you had sent them an image, and before our first meeting, they had turned it into an Unreal Engine universe.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, it just was like, oh my God. I mean, I've done visual effects before, and I was just like, I can't believe that that's possible at this point. And it was like that for every project we've worked on together. I mean, with Ian Hunter's project, I mean, turning around those environments so quickly. And in fact, I think at one point we realized we didn't have something that we needed, and we were in production. And it was like a pretty advanced animation of, these bricks have to disappear and do this whole thing. I mean, it was something that you would need weeks to do prior in, say, like Maya. And I called them. I said, "Oh man, we need this." It was like 10 a.m. and I had it at 1 p.m. And we put it on the wall at 2 p.m. I mean, it was like, I don't recommend that.
I was going to say the expectations now are.
But I think that's a great example of, do you prefer that? No, of course, but I think in terms of emergencies and in terms of, and again, we're all in a production. We all know that in our lives, nothing goes as we plan. And somehow, and I have no idea, I don't think anybody in an entertainment or a live music business ever solved this mystery. Why, even if you plan things and somehow everything has to work in the last minute, it's not always the case, but somehow it happens always. It's weird, and there are certain things comes out in the last minute. Oh, we need this. This happens, and we didn't, thought about this, or everything goes wrong because of you still deal with technology. Well, it would have been probably a heart attack in even 5 years ago. In 10 years ago, let's not even talk about it. So you just have to, it is a lot of it costs a lot in the production with those kind of mistakes. Now we're getting to the era of like, okay, let's we have ABC directions that we can fix this on set and while you're looking at the screen. And that's actually a pretty good point of, blurring games between the films, because now I think the game engines has been, pretty powerful doing this. Very iterative AI, and in the last couple of years, the fidelity started becoming really high. Game stories started becoming much more dense and emotional, and then we go into the story studios. Now studios started putting a lot of money on a gigantic orchestras to score these epic games. What Mandalorian opened the door with what virtual production can do is, I think, definitely starts the, it's a new paradigm shift, but I think we're just scratching the surface right now with this technology. One of the example is, games and the films being using mocap and a facial capture to bring the characters into life. We were talking about the fidelity. Now that actor used to look at either green screen or blue screen and visualizing a creature or a gigantic character. And obviously, you're coming from a theater background. In theater, there's nothing around you. You have to, bring all your best acting. Great. I think you should always do those studies. But now what you have the ability, we can bring these creatures and we can bring these characters, and a real actor can drive in real time while in the booth, and your actor can interact with the actual character and what they see, and it's a finished graphics. It's not that, you know, it just a gray box, the character then needs to go to post. And it's almost like the real creature was there. And I think that is the power of taking this gaming technology and bringing into film. And then now it's just all start to blurring the line.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point, which is, you know, filmmakers often are forced to make choices too late, whether because it's green screen or because they're not allowed the control. I remember seeing the Russo brothers talking about one of the Captain America movies, and they said, and then we get to this point and we hand off 30% of our movie to ILM. Mm-hmm. And they have no control over what happens, and they can only make so many notes because there's a release date and rendering takes a long time. And being able to have all of that information on set actually makes for a better filmmaker because they have to make choices, you know, and you still have, you know, bailouts. Like, let's say we didn't have something we needed. You can plop that green screen into your camera frustum and deal with it later. But it does give the filmmaker more control, I think, whereas that's what they want. You know, I think filmmakers have been losing control as the computers have gotten better and bigger, and more shows are 90% green screen. And this brings back some of that control.
You know, what's interesting about that point of view is one could almost say, though, conversely, that because you have to do so much at the front end now, and that's the biggest distinction here, is your art department. I work in productions where it's in the can, it's been shot, and we're still designing what is going to swap out the green stuff. So there's sort of a luxury in that of, we'll figure it out later, we have more time. But there's also an irresponsibility attached to that, which is, I don't need to really decide right now, I'll figure it out later. And as a consequence, it's a little loose, and money has been spent on things. So by the time you get to closer to the finish line, you realize, oh, I didn't quite hydrate enough. I can't quite make it through the finish line here. And but the most important thing, and there'll be plenty of hiccups here, is that this new process means you have an art department way earlier than you would have normally. And you don't have ILM or Weta picking up the pieces and finishing the design and building the assets digitally, and, you know, what is the fastener that's going to be used on this bulkhead. That all has to happen now at the beginning. And the dollar signs are in a place that you normally don't see them. So that's an important distinction with production. When a company is funding it, they're looking at the spreadsheet of movie making, and they're like, you need $55 million right away with your art department? That's insane, because it was never that way. Nope.
Yeah,
and I promise you that you won't throw $55 million in the garbage as a result. This is all useful, usable stuff. Everyone's going to learn and have to, I think, have a leap of faith with some of this, but we're at the very front lines of proving some of these things out. And I've learned in such a very, very tiny scale with what I'm doing with you guys, the value of doing it up front and committing to something at the beginning. And that's the responsible part, dare I say. But artistically, I think the argument would be, yeah, but I like it to be organic, and I like to be able to change my mind even after we've filmed. So it's going to be, dare I say, this is a different artistic tool, and it's going to work for some and not for others, but digital cameras versus film.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you hit on an important point, which is that really most producers are just not used to this, and they're trying to fit it into what they know. And so when I have a conversation with a TV producer, for instance, and they say, well, how much does this cost, per day for me to shoot at, as though it's a location. And it's hard for them to understand, well, actually, that's not how it works. Like, we're taking money from this box and from this line item, and they're all moving into this spot. So you're really paying about the same. It's just you're moving, and that's really hard, especially for an existing TV show, because once budgets are set, it's if you get audited all of a sudden, if, oh my God, why is there this much more money in pre-production? So we're in the process of working on a white paper with John Laboucherie, who's the line producer of Snowfall. We're working with the show Snowfall for next season, and together we've been trying to figure out, let's teach producers how to use this properly. Let's teach them how this changes the budgeting process and the actual physical process, so that they can understand it and not be jumping into an ocean that they don't understand, carrying a brick.
Well, you're asking people to change from, it's like I've been using Photoshop forever in my pipeline, my process, and you're saying, we're going to need you to switch to Painter. Like, you can do it in Painter, obviously, but I don't have the time to learn it. So I got to go with what I know. And I think that's going to be one of the hurdles we're all going to be up against in
Certainly
making this transition.
For sure.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what you say, Neville. They'll have to learn a whole new language with this, but I think the younger filmmakers and even some of the older filmmakers who have been innovative all their lives will really embrace this, because there's a huge budget saving for them as well. So producers probably will love it as well, because you're saving so much money. So I also wanted to ask you guys, so what, in your opinion, is a game franchise that's been done really well thanks to the film it was inspired from? So Jason, tell me about your favorite.
I'm going to switch it up a little bit. Well, I got so many. So one that's done really well, even though at Row 2, it's not our type of game, but I must give it to Walking Dead: Saints and Sinners. That VR game is really well done. They went in and made sure that they gave the user exactly what you have in the experience in the movies, in the franchise, but also making sure that the gameplay is solid, sound, and capable of really pushing the boundaries of what VR, and especially mobile VR, like the Oculus Quest 2, the ones behind me here, what they can actually do standalone without a computer. I was very impressed with that. I could go on for an hour about why, but I'll leave it at that. And the one that first came to my mind, it has been turned into a movie, but originally it was a mobile game we all played, but Angry Birds. I actually think Angry Birds VR did a really good job, and they have moved on to Angry Birds 2 as a franchise that's in location-based entertainment now, and I believe with Hologate. But ultimately, Angry Birds is, if you've ever played it in VR, it is just, it really is like they just captured the game and the experience in just the most incredible way, and the angles that you can get and everything you can do feels very new and novel, but ultimately does not let go of the traditional Angry Bird feel. Even the tension you have as you pull the slingshot back, right, with the bird on it, and what types of birds you can shoot, they all just nailed it very perfectly. So I'd have to say those two titles really do it for me.
Fascinating. Talk about polar opposites.
I think for me is two. One, quickly, what Star Wars did. I think Vader Immortals, the first episode was, for me, absolutely, as a Star Wars fan, was just like, okay, that's it. I mean, this has been, I wish this was, exist, when I was just, 10. And now, in that age, that people experiencing Star Wars is a whole different level, to able to get into, the earlier, what we were talking about now, have a lightsaber that I dream of, and I can push the button. I'm literally, it sounds like that. I'm just having a, lightsaber duel, or just I have a lightsaber dojo that I can able to, experience that. Two, actually, is a Star Trek, which is, it's been pretty interesting to be able to be in the, Enterprise and connecting with your friends network to able to literally steer the ship, and everybody has a role. Well, we watched this role in the movies, but now you're in the role. Well, go ahead. Now it's not that easy, obviously, that you were watching the movie. So I think that two big franchise and how is immersive to became a game, and not only game, it's immersive as a VR game.
Yeah, I think I also love Vader Immortals. I think the game that I feel like really pushes the limits is also a location-based game based on Star Wars called Secrets of the Empire.
Yes.
Which is at the Void. If you're lucky enough to have the Void somewhere around you, if it still exists with COVID happening,
I don't think it exists anymore, AJ.
Oh, man, somebody's got to bring that back, because being able to walk in, like physically walk around and see your friends as stormtroopers, and you can hear each other, and it's all VR, but everything is enclosed on you. You have haptic suits, so you can feel yourselves getting hit with laser blasts, and there are puzzles to solve, and the interactivity of it is just incredible. And it brings together all of those elements. When I think about a film experience where you're sitting with your friends in a theater, and that's what makes that special, is you're all experiencing it together. And being able to do that, you're still standing there, and they've even added some like environmental things, like you're on this thing, and you're in a really hot place, and they have like a heater that goes by you, so it's like, oh man, I feel like I'm really they just did a really great job with that. I'm sad that the Void is gone.
Yeah, that I had one experience in Australia, and I wish I could recall the name of the place that provided the facility and all this gear that you're wearing. And it was a zombie experience for the most part. And I'm not a fan at all of first-person shooter zombie type games. I was so into it. It was embarrassing.
Actually, those people are called Zero Latency. I'm pretty sure that's what you experienced. And
thank you.
They've actually just released Far Cry, which is based on a video game at their location-based.
Melbourne.
Well, actually, they're in Vegas. They're all over the place now.
And Melbourne.
And actually, I played it, I think, the day after it came out. So, and it was super fun. It's a first-person shooter. And like you, I'm not really into first-person shooters, but, it was super fun. And then in the middle of it, there's a really kind of trippy, dreamy bit where, everything kind of like you're on acid, like I would know, but, anyway. So anyway, it was really well done. Highly recommend that. It's at the Zero Latency at Las Vegas at the MGM.
I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead, Noel.
I don't want to take up too much time on this, but I think it's one of the many areas that we can utilize virtual reality. When you think of, I'm going to go a little soapboxy here for a second, but when you think of zoos and circuses with animals and places like SeaWorld, etc., I take issue with most of those when it comes to animals. And the argument can be, well, if a child gets to see an elephant in captivity, and because of that experience, they are motivated to make a difference, then it's kind of okay in a way. And I disagree. If for you to become connected and motivated for conservation means that one animal has to suffer, then I think we failed the point. And that's a puritanical point of view on this. So a parent once said to me, but don't you think it's worth it? And I felt that it was not worth it for the the good of the many. And then I think about the responsibility we have as humans is, well, get off your duff, go to the jungle, spend the time and the effort and the money to experience it in the wild, in their habitat. You don't have the right to put an animal in a cage to make others more aware. It's a problem, and I see both sides. I've had the conversation with people that work in zoos, et cetera. So here's where VR is massively wonderful. The experience, Jason, that you had with seeing that whale years ago swim by you, and I'm sure it was not rendered very well because of the tech at the time, but you were connected. You were like in awe of this scale. You could feel and imagine, because it's animated hopefully well, its heft, its mass. That, I think, is a place where, dare I say, we have a responsibility. Let's take one first-person shooter budget and let's put it into a very entertaining conservation experience, which you've kind of done with your game. And I think that we can get kids and adults to feel appropriately and be motivated because of this technology. I'm giving all the credit to the technology. It's like, here's a way that we can do it. Stepping off my soapbox. I just feel like that it's a way. What are the other ways beyond the obvious that we're talking about? Can we use this technology in terms of education, cooking classes? So many amazing things you can do with this VR, AR stuff. Because making entertainment is, in my opinion, a waste of the human mind if we're not telling stories that evolve us. Those stories can be The Walking Dead. I'm no saint, but I think that we have to be conscious of the gift of entertainment, the privilege of having access to telling stories, and the responsibility that goes with that. If it's just gratuitous, whatever, it could be gratuitous, beautiful visuals. What a shame! What a wasted opportunity. Mm-hmm. That's my second soapbox. I'm stepping down now.
Well, I would love to mention, like, we're on the same wavelength. I think you feel the same with Amir. Like one project I'm spearheading right now on the side at Row 2 is a project called Scallywag, where the Marine Life Center down in my hometown of Jupiter, Florida, well, they're in Juneau, very close to each other, they take in turtles that are sea turtles that are hurt of all different, hit by a boat, bit by a shark, some type of disease, shocked by too cold of water, like here in Boston, you see a lot. And they rehabilitate them, they put them right back out into the wild. Well, one of them, Scallywag, is missing a flipper, and it took a while to recover, but ultimately they had time to photo scan the turtle in great depth using one of those 360 photo scan booths, and they captured the likeness of this turtle in the most beautiful, high and detailed way. And what we did is we rigged it, we threw it into an experience where the scallywag swims around you. You also see dolphins, you see a lot of other marine life, and we recreated what is the about maybe a half mile off the shore of Jupiter, Florida, and told a narrative and a story for just about 3.5 minutes as to the habitat and the lifestyle of the sea turtle. And that's just one way that thousands of kids will walk into a marine life center, see that, instead of having to see more, animals, as you said, Neville, that are, there just for their entertainment, just there to inspire them. But ultimately they can be left, in the rehabilitation side of the place, and the entertainment can come on a virtual and digital side, at least to help supplement the amount of impact humans have on these animals while they're recovering.
It's perfect.
I think in a way that, you take these concepts and, again, like, given a different empathy to users. Like, there's a lot of people out there who have not tried VR. It first hesitates the idea of other people watching me. That a lot of community out there don't like that. I don't like people watching me, and I don't know what's going on. As soon as I'm here, I'm hyper aware what's happening around me, and that makes me stress. And I think one of the and then the third factor is like, I don't like to get scared. I don't want to get traumatized. And I think, again, like, you know, the VR also could be a very powerful tool, can heal you and can break you, because it can be a very visceral experience. So the both of you, what you're saying, Neville and Jason, is absolutely, I think, you know, our wish too. A lot of, you know, there's millions and billions of parents out there is, or, you know, any adults, not just the younger generation, is to ready to experience the things that makes them feel better about themselves. And I think if any experience and any stories that we're able to give to making you the better version of yourself, and I think is a great, great milestone as humans, and what we can do as any creatives and any artists, that what we do as well, using this technologies that exist.
Well, thank you, everyone. What a great way to end this session. Thank you to all the panelists here, and hope to see you all soon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Yo.
That's my man for that. That's my man going down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down.
trying so hard not to hit somebody stepping on the cable.
No, it's fine. There was a cable issue. We worried. We've handled it. It's fine. PAX West, what a great pleasure it is to see you again. Woo! Now, you know as well as I do, you have gathered here in this holy place for the closing ceremonies of PAX West, a blood sport that we call the final round of the Omegathon. Yes, 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 that's the correct sound. Now, there is another ritual that you are probably familiar with if you have ever entered this holy space before. And that is where we ask you what you think the final round is, and you answer incorrectly. All right?
What has happened if they answer correctly?
No, they have occasionally answered correctly, and then I still tell them that they're wrong. It's just, that's the dynamic. That's the dynamic.
It's what everybody wants.
Yes, exactly. So, try your best. What is the final game? Tetris 99, we only have 2 Omeganauts. No. Tetris 99 is not appropriate. Rampart, honestly, that's a good one.
That's a good one, yeah.
Make a note of that, Rampart, next time. All right, listen, no, you've embarrassed yourselves enough.
Stop!
That's it, stop, please stop, back. Now, here, no, Nintendo is not a game.
It's just a whole company.
It's not a game. Now.
Oh, okay.
No, listen to this. Someday. Maybe it unplugged. Maybe it unplugged. I'll talk to a wizard of the coast.
They're getting rowdy.
Now, Chris.
Yeah.
What do you think the final game is?
I think that I'm not qualified to say because I may know what it is.
Okay, that's probably true. Now, one thing I know about Chris, if there's anything I know about Chris, it's that Chris loves balls.
Is it that obvious?
Well, I mean, I think it goes without saying. Like 1 to 10, what's your position on balls?
Oh, I mean, I'm at an 11. I'm a ball head.
Yeah.
I'm a huge ball freak.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Now, we did found a religion based on balls before, so balls have a home at PAX. Now, Chris, happy Valentine's Day. Now, Chris, how do you feel about pinball? Let's show them. Let's show them what we have accomplished.
Listen.
Now, what you are looking at, PAX West, is a meticulously custom-skinned version of Mars, God of War, the classic pinball machine. It stands before you as Acquisitions Incorporated, the Silver Spheres. Yes, lovingly hand customized by our own designer, Dave Allen. Indeed. We have been sitting on this like a patient mother hen for over a full year. It was originally intended to be the final round of 2020. We reclaim that year tonight. Now, I would be content to simply play it while you watched for the next hour. But that is not what this panel is. This panel is the closing ceremonies. It's the final round of the Omegathon. And for that, we require Omeganauts. First up, it is my great pleasure to give you your Omeganaut, Commander Zim. Yes, that's right. A powerful brand. Now, are there any announcements related to Commander Zim?
Well, I think we were made to understand that it is your birthday. Yes. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Now, Commander Zim, that's the last nice thing we're going to say to you. And there's a reason for that. The next Omeganaut I'm about to summon into this carnival of carnage is none other than the 2019 runner-up, Dexor. Yes, yes. Now, you can see upon his head, he is crowned with the Omegathon Omegathon badges. It's incredible, it's exquisite. It's a diadem. It will almost certainly guarantee him victory.
This is the kind of comeback story we like to see.
Exactly.
And
The
frankly,
narrative
way.
Dexor is going to offer us tonight is so rich, it's so pure. Commander Zim is also here. Now, if I could please invite you over to this holy sacrament, let me go over some of the basics. Are we ready? So, it wouldn't be Acquisitions Incorporated without the intern death multiplier. Now, your fantasy scenario upon ball launch, ultimately, you would like to knock out all of the letters in the name Omen. That's going to crank your intern death multiplier. It's going to offer you success in your round. The other way to really get big success is to recruit all members of the A-Team franchise and all members of the C-Team franchise. Once you've done so, that will allow you to lock multi-balls here and here. And then you simply have to stop by any of our conveniently located franchise establishing centers with your silver sphere, knock it right up around here, and you can get it started. You don't need to lock both balls in order to get it. I'll tell you, we haven't been able to do it yet. Maybe we'll see one of you do it tonight. Other than that, as you knock out these Omen letters here and crank your intern death multiplier, you're going to creep towards 2, 3, 4, and 5x points. Once you're at 5x and you've knocked out these lights, the green flame bumpers are substantially increased in score. That's the key. This is a classic table. It's not going to be much crazier than that. Our first competitor tonight will be Commander Zim. I mean, Commander, the floor is yours. Simply press this red button here.
All right, yeah. 2 out of 3
Now,
win,
understand
right?
this. You're going to be going head to head. You're going to play. Dexor is going to play. Whoever has the highest score wins that round. Best 2 out of 3 rounds wins passes tickets to any domestic PAX show. That's the prize. Entertain us.
Let's go.
I'm gonna offer a little color commentary. What is pinball?
Oh my gosh! So he got the eye, and then the bumpers bounced it back up through the top. Commander Zim doesn't even need to touch it.
The ball does what it wants.
Holy shit! We never even. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is this shit? Do you do this in your spare time?
My wife's a pinball fanatic.
Do you fuck these machines? Are you one of those perverts? Thank God, I thought we were gonna be here all fucking day. I saw some crazy shit up there, man. Now remember, we want those big bounces off of those lit green flame. Bumpers up there, oh no! Oh no!
How mad is your wife right now?
Oh, very. You'd love to play this.
Yeah, if you could take a second, like in a duel. There we go.
Okay.
All right. First round, Commander Zim, 48,150 points.
It's a tough one.
No.
It's good.
Grab your shot, man. Grab your shot. Now, Dexor, what hotel do you think you'll be staying in at PAX East? Or?
I've never been.
Well, this is going to be your year.
Tell me a good hotel to stay.
Let's see
There's so
it.
many. It's a big city.
All right. Very strong start. Now, can Dexor match in any way the vigor that the Commander delivered on their first outing? We shall see. Yeah, I saw it dripping right down the gullet of this machine. Big points.
Nice.
Oh, whew. Exquisite ball play. Real skill. Oh!
Oh! All right.
Going for the tilt at the last second. We love to see it. All right. 2 letters lit up. Neither of them really going for the... Oh, no!
Oh!
All right. 1 more ball left. I've got a good feeling. We got 3 bumpers lit. Big points up there. Oh! Ah!
Oh.
Ah!
Ooh!
Oh!
Almost got a franchise.
Dexor just needs to hire Kathris Stroud to lock in the multi-ball. Whoa!
Ooh, ooh. Gently.
Oh, a precision shot right across the bow. Whoa! Now, let's see where the bonus gets us.
Ah.
A scant 4,000 points for Dexor over Commander Zim. An excellent first round. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. All right, now we are playing in the classic snake formation. Now, Dexor is going to come up and going to try to best their 52 Gs. Do you have what it takes?
I'm sorry?
Do you have what it takes?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Sure. Okay.
I mean, it's not confidence exactly, but... Up around the back, seizing a valuable M.
It's a favorite letter.
Oh, indeed.
It's one of the best.
The finest. A letter for the true collector.
Scoops up a walnut and a dinar.
Oh, yeah. Walnut and dinar. Lots of points coming up. 7, oh no! Oh no! A last second save from Dexor. Oh! The full A team, having been hired, the ability to establish a franchise, the ability to establish a ball in the upper left and secure true franchise opportunities in red large. Oh! Another incredible bounce. Back up where he likes it, near those hot bumpers. Intense eldritch flame alight. That's it. That's it. Are we going to see a multi-ball today, Mr. Stroud?
I've dreamed of this moment.
How the fuck are you doing this? Dexor the unkillable.
Ooh.
We have moved up into the 2x multiplier. Dear God.
Disgusting. Horrific.
Both.
Oh.
The Blump active, fully active. Are we going to see it today? Oh, the ball perilously close to the hole.
It's why we play.
Oh, so close! Dexor in some kind of ball-inspired trance. Dexor Sinal.
Oh, all right.
Dexor's reign of terror comes to an end.
Good heavens.
Now, keep in mind, Dexor has recruited all members, both of these multi-ball spots, waiting and ready for the sphere.
Good start.
Sure.
Okay. It can just stay up there.
Get a room.
Not afraid to use the upper pair.
No. There's instruments coming out of the gate. 177 G's.
There you go.
I love what I'm seeing. Now, are we gonna introduce this ball into this waiting crevice?
What?
Oh!
Oh.
Bumped into oblivion with almost 200,000 points.
Potent.
All right. The commander back in the seat. This is it. The commander's hour has come. Big bumps. Ooh. Masterful. Masterful flips. Oh!
Yeah. I tell you what, I've never seen pinball like this before. I've never seen pinball played before, either.
This is the first time.
This is the first time.
Because the A team had not been recruited, we were at the hole, but could not consummate.
A classic tale.
Yeah. That's it.
Ooh.
Pro flipping.
Nice precision.
Big bounces up top. Big bounces up top.
Cleared out that C team.
The C team ready for that multi-ball. Oh, oof. Perilously close. Woo. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Incredible.
Ball one locked. Now, you have but to stop by any local franchise office. Yes! Oh. Yes! Big bounces up top.
No.
You got
yes!
it. You're all right. Ooh. Nice.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh. That was like in the movies.
This is it. This is it. You can't put two balls in one hole. I mean, it's one at a time.
It's a classic tale.
Whoa! I can't believe how invigorating this is. Oh! Yes! No!
Whoa!
All right, 60 G's. The locked ball cast out. Both ball locks still active though. Oh, more bonus points up top. We love it. Whoa!
Oh!
Oh!
Cruel.
Oh. Commander Zim.
Monstrous.
Excellent work. Coming in with 100 G's.
Whoa!
I guess I forgot that happens.
That's not okay.
No.
That's not okay.
Commander Zim, an excellent competitor. We will obviously see you on this stage, I am sure, next year. Dexor, you did it. You did it. You did it. You did it.
He lost his crown.
You don't have to worry about this anymore. All those sleepless nights have been reclaimed.
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
A ritual is born tonight. Now, Travis, please distribute the treasure. Let's hear it for Dexor.
There you go.
We did it.
There you are.
All right. We'll see you next year. You did it. Whew. Yes.
Oh. Blessed moments.
Now.
Hey, appreciate it.
Now, Travis, my understanding with the Child's Play update is that things went quite well this year.
This was an outstanding weekend of support for Child's Play. Child's Play raised just over $34,000 in these 4 days. That is from the support of all of you gamers giving back to Child's Play, having a huge impact on the hospitals and shelters that we support. So thank you. A huge round of applause and a thank you from Child's Play to you all. And it was great to be back at PAX. And thank you so much.
Absolutely. Now, we have come to the closing portion of the closing ceremonies. Thank you so much for coming back and helping us refound the show after a long absence. First, I would like to thank the enforcers who are the spine of the show. Feels good to say. Feels good to say. Second, I would like to thank the exhibitors, a lot of incredible indie products as well out in the exhibition floor. And finally, I would like to thank you again a second time. We will see you at PAX Unplugged.